to this talk. It's Friday, 6 o'clock here. I think for Charles Davis, it's what, 3 o'clock, is it, Charles?
It's 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, okay. Charles is speaking from Buffalo in the United States, where it's lunchtime. Here it's a bit chilly, and it's 6 o'clock. So I'm very pleased to welcome Charles Davis to speak for the Architecture, Space and Society Centre here at Birkbeck. Here at Birkbeck is a kind of virtual thing. Charles is based at SUNY, SUNY Buffalo. Sometimes it's called University at Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
And I first met Charles, was it about 5 years ago, 6 years ago, Charles?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When Charles was putting together a symposium that later resulted in this book here, of which he was one of the 3 editors. And it just came out this year, 2020, published by Pittsburgh University Press. Charles today, though, is going to talk about his own book, the book he published last year, and you've got the title of that book there, Building Character, the Racial Politics of Modern Architectural Style. Mm-hmm. Now, we're going to record this session, and we want to record the discussion too, but if during the discussion anyone should not want to be recorded, then we're quite happy to stop the recording and then come back to it once you've spoken. So Charles will talk for about 45 minutes, and then we hope we'll have discussion, maybe for about half an hour or so. So we should be finished by 7:30 or so. Okay, well, let's pass over to Charles. Welcome. Charles.
Thank you very much. Yes, and thank you for the invitation and for the possibility to speak here. As Mark just mentioned, I'm going to talk to you a bit about my book, Building Character, take you through the thesis, give you a sense of its contents, show you one of the case studies inside, and then sort of entertain questions on anything you might have about the project. As was discussed, this is a book that was published in 2019 with the University of Pittsburgh Press. It really looks at and develops an intellectual history, a revisionist intellectual history for architectural organicism, particularly as it was thought about and practiced in Western Europe, and then occurred through transatlantic circuits, came to the United States, and was developed there. And I'm very interested in the ways that race and race science infected the ways that people thought about style. And style here is not just the kind of visual appearance of a building and the different types of iconography in the building itself, but style as it was understood in the paradigms of French structural rationalism and German tectonics as a process, a rational process by which buildings are made. And in this particular case, one that emulates the logical consistency of the rules of nature. So in the same way as that nature is seen to stylize organic forms, architects, by using the scientific principle, are seen as stylizing buildings to both express the congruence with the universal laws of nature, but also to develop what I call, and what was called in the 19th century, a set of architectural characters that mirrored the racial characters that were at play. And so it's that parallel that I'm really interested in here in this book. How was it that architects learned to develop architectural characters that mirror the racial characters of the national groups that they served? And I'm particularly interested in the ways that they saw the emergence of these two forms as working in parallel, and oftentimes as an extension of the principles of ethnography as I understood them at that time period. And in most of the case studies in this book, I look at the time periods when we have the heightened sense of nativist sentiment as a result of dramatic national change, whether that's under the provisions of German unification, the fulfillment of manifest destiny in the United States, the emergence of interwar and later post-war communities, working class communities, assimilating into the body politic, how all of these factors influence the ways that one thinks about character. The case study that I'm going to show you here comes from a kind of comparison between these two sources. One looking at the writings of the American writer, poet, theorist Ralph Waldo Emerson, both from his essays on character and his studies of English character or English traits, as his book describes, and the ways that Louis Sullivan, the Irish-American architect, came to assimilate these principles of reading and interpreting character from the outside into a form of projective rules of design to establish what I label the architectural physiognomy, or his philosophy of architectural physiognomy in his work. And for me, this study tries to pioneer an analysis that accounts for the ways that race is not just an ideology or even a socio-political context, but actually becomes embedded within the rules by which architects learn to create form. That is, by learning from biology and racial anthropology, they learned to stylize architectural forms the way that nature stylized racial groups, and that the human body in this context becomes a kind of privileged cipher through which the architect interprets the rules of nature for the design process. In a general sense, I'm talking about the paradigm of architectural organicism, which was founded on a belief that the physical appearances of race and style categories were regulated by a common set of organizational principles in nature. And this is a kind of continuity of the anthropomorphic metaphors of Vitruvianism, but on a new scientific basis or scientific grounds. And I show this slide just to give people a sense of the forms that tended to inspire the discussions that I analyze in the book, as well as the primary value of what were called type categories or type theory in the past, starting with Carl von Linnaeus's typological categorization of plant forms based primarily on their physical appearances, moving to the fields of ethnography and ethnology. Here in ethnology, it's a kind of comparative analysis of the different ethnographic traditions around the world. And I like this slide because it shows us that race was not only understood as skin color, as some might think, particularly here in the United States, but also in terms of the cultural traditions that one inherits. And so in this image, you can see in the background different architectural structures, different geographical features, also even elements of nautical travel, as some of the elements that seemed to be expressive of the different cultures of the world and the typological separations of them. And then eventually we see this arrangement appear in architecture. And at least in the two theorists from Western Europe that I analyze in this book, Eugene Emmanuel Viollet-le-Duc in France, and Gottfried Semper in Germany, their analysis of vernacular architecture also employs type categories to make distinctions between the different vernacular cultures that are produced, particularly in material and expressive cultural form around the world. Now, I like this image a lot because it shows us what cues architects looked for in the literatures in biology and ethnography to give them a sense of how nature goes about stylizing form and what these universal principles might become. So just from looking at this diagram, you get the sense that geography and climate are important. And in many theories, there is the idea that a degeneration or exspeciation of some kind of archetypal typology occurs as mankind migrated around the world and established himself to different regions. We get the sense that these regions produced a variety or variation of animal forms. We could extend this to include plant forms. And at the very top, we have the identification of different human forms. And in the language that we might use today, they're using literal racial profiles to understand the characteristics of the people in these groups. Within this, we'd understand facial angle, we'd understand skin color and different as a basis for understanding difference. But underneath that, it's interesting that they also include the skull shape of these different individuals, and this sense of structure, or the structure underlying the physical appearance, the structure that regulates the reading of character on the outside, becomes a very important feature. We can look at the studies of Viollet-le-Duc and his analysis of zoology and the zoological metaphors that he draws between that and the reconstructions of the Gothic cathedral, for example, to understand how the skin and the bones of a person can relate metaphorically to the skin and the bones of a building, and the ways that structures become a kind of underlying layer through which to read difference is important. So in this book, I'm really interested in this time period in the 19th century when Vitruvian architecture theory starts to wane, and architects are using the principles of the natural sciences to reconfigure the compositional rules of how architecture is designed. And so I'm very interested in the ways that the old notion of the divine order, the divine clockwork that guaranteed the regularity of proportion in Vitruvian man, as represented here through Leonardo da Vinci's diagram on the left, and the notion of the caryatid as the figurational reference for the proportions and even the gendered character of the column itself, how this changes as we scientifically rationalize our understanding of the world, no longer looking to a divine source for the variations of cultures that we see around the world, but instead using things like biology, climatology, geography to think of the ways that vernacular cultures emerge. And in addition, and conversely, how it is that we can order the modern cultures of society. Okay, I didn't know someone was asking a question. I think I hear some. Okay. So in this image on the right here, Claude Perrault's 5 species of columns, according to the ancients, literally uses now the rules of proportion inherent to it themselves to order the column orders, as opposed to using the found proportions of the elements gleaned from the direct study of examples found in the ancient world. And so this scientific rationalization of the design process is part of what I'm after, and the ways that race theory and race thinking contribute to this rationalization. So in my research, I show that the conceptual parallels that existed between race and style, particularly in racial anthropology, resulted in a set of design strategies that abstracted the principles of nature in ways that personified the behavior of buildings. And here's a plate that was shown in the École Polytechnique in France that presents in very simple schematic and diagrammatic form the different ways that an architect could resolve the functional problems of architecture based on the materials at hand, the site that's included, and the ways that things shift and change based on these characteristics. And I don't think it's a heavy leap for us today to even think of this series of images as a potential animation, where we might see the circle expand and contract, develop satellites, outside circles in and of itself, almost as if it were a kind of living organism, an amoeba or something that was changing to fit its context. In addition, we can also think of Durand's studies of buildings and building typologies as paralleling the scientific study of found specimens in nature. And I like to think of this image as almost akin to what naturalists used to do when they found an insect that was similar to other insects that they collected, and they pin it on the wall, and to compare them one to one in terms of their physical forms and their makeup, etc. The act of dissection to understand the interior distribution, similar to the act of creating the planimetric diagram in the section to understand the inside of the building. There's a kind of scientific lens that is applied to this that treats the building as if it were a body to be analyzed. And I look at the ways that this plays itself out within the work these architects. And so I argue that there are a series of implicit human body metaphors that emerge that replace the Vitruvian anthropomorphic metaphors of the past with new forms of bodily design, corporeal development, that moved architects during this transitional period in the long 19th century towards a new modernist notion of architectural organicism. Sometimes you would have architects reference the human body directly. Other times they would use the visual economy of racial anthropology that created a parallel between the representation of racial typologies and the representation of material culture as a visual proxy for talking about the human bodies that were at work. And the best example of this is Gottfried Semper's visual illustration of the Egyptian situla and the Greek hydria, and his discussion of those two material cultural forms as if they were clear ciphers for interpreting the kind of spiritual and social patterns of these different civilizations. And so through that kind of symbolism, I determined the implicit human body metaphors that exist, that were discussed and formed in these works. Part one of the book really looks at the influence of the Aryan migration theory as it was theorized in linguistics and also in the beginning of 19th century ethnography to determine the ways that the Aryan characters of Alpine architectures were developed. And I look at this as case studies in the works of Viollet-le-Duc and Gottfried Semper, but by extension, by those practicing French structural rationalism or German tectonics as peers within this time period. And I'm really interested in the ways that Aryan migration theory allows for people to geographically understand the distribution of Aryan man, and also then to project forward into time what the future of Aryan man might be in these different regions. And so for Viollet-le-Duc and his construction of certain French-Swiss typologies for himself as a kind of prototypical contemporary Aryan man, and for Gottfried Semper and Leo von Klenze and some others in their observation of what they believed was a perfectly preserved antique example of primitive German architectures in the Bavarian Alps. And so these chapters really talk about and visualize for the architect reader, how this was thought through at this time period. So chapter one really looks at the ways that Viollet-le-Duc revives the vernacular spirit and character of Aryan man in his updating of the Swiss chalet form, which he believed propagated along the contemporary boundary of France and Switzerland, along the Alpine region. Toward the end of his career, he was commissioned to produce a cartography of these regions, and he used that knowledge to reconstruct what he believed were the primitive state of the Alps, which he then painted in a mural form in this house that's shown on the right. And it was located in Lausanne, Switzerland, on a cliffside. And I've gone there and stood in the place of where the building was and where his window was. And as he would turn around in his salon, he could see literally across Lake Geneva the Alpine mountain range in a very spiritual and dramatic sense that he depicts in the book shown on the left here, The History of Human Habitation. And he opens the chapters describing the mythological migration of the Aryan man from the mountaintops into the plains below as they conquered people, and through the means of conquest and ethnographical progression, changes the character of the architectures as they mix cultures and conquer one another in time. Chapter 2 looks at the tectonic origins of German character, or what I call the Bavarian body here, in the primitive roots of so-called Bavarian typological constructions, what he calls the Bavarian hut in his book, Der Stil. And what's interesting for Semper's case is that he's publishing these works geographically away from Germany, but thinking about the problem of political German unification. which exists during a time period when multiple kingdoms and principalities coexist in a confederacy, divided north and south by language, by material culture, by religious culture. And he's trying to theorize what ways one might think about resolving the problem of German unification. And in the chapter, I argue that Der Stil presents a kind of methodological means through which to think of one way out of this problem, literally by designing your way out, by finding a prototypical route that led to the variations of both cultural forms found in the North and the South, and then updating that culture in a modernist form that would allow for the material culture to then rejoin one another in the present moment. I also look at the ways that Semper's practical extension of ethnography leads him to create the parallels between race and style in terms of racial profiles and the profiles of material culture in both positive and negative ways. The ways that he's able to reach out and accommodate the integration of Reformed Jewish citizens into the German body politic, but also in the ways that his intense interest in the tattooing cultures of the Maori projects and anticipates some of the early experiments in German colonialism at the same time. And so how at home, the certain inclusions into the whiteness of the body politic lead to certain exclusions and exploitations outside that become part and parcel of the racialization of architectural discourse. Then part two really looks at the ways that these two ideas, France and Germany, migrate across the Atlantic and really start to influence American architecture. And I'm thinking particularly about the exclusive white racial discourses that tend to define American character, and the ways that architectural culture then tries to change and transform itself to materialize what this means. And so in this book, I'm looking particularly at the ways that Louis Sullivan's Chicago style and Frank Lloyd Wright's Prairie Style romanticize the ethnographic descriptions and notions of white settler culture in the Midwest, which today is colloquially called by some as the heartland of America, taking this frontier ideology, which replaced the indigenous Native Americans as with the white settler cultures to establish a new kind of 0 point or origin point for American development, and then builds from that mythology an architecture that comes to then represent what American character is. And I'm really critiquing some of the pluralistic and inclusive portraits of both Sullivan and Wright's architecture that I find in the contemporary moment. So here in Buffalo, New York, for example, we have the Darwin D. Martin House, which we fundraised almost $100 million to restore. We have tours of this building every year, architectural events there from the lecture series and other things. And the way that that story is told is not told as a story of romanticizing the material culture of European settlers in the Midwest. It's told as if it's creating an American architecture for all. And I think that this is a post-rationalized description of this, and I'll try to go back into the archives to explain how this is the case. So chapter 3 looks at the ways that Louis Sullivan translates the principles of physiognomy, both from the realm of literature and art, into a projective architectural system that would help him to produce a material sign for what American character is today, or in his time period, rather. And I'm showing you an example of his design for the synagogue for a Reformed Jewish congregation, Kahilath Anshe Ma'ariv Synagogue, in 1890, 1891. And then on the left, I trace some of his use of physiognomic concepts and language in Kindergarten Chats, Autobiography of an Idea, a lot of his retrospective writings that summarize what his thinking was in the early parts of his career. And then in chapter 4, I look at the work of certain international style theorists who take the ideas of architectural organicism and recalibrate them to fit the so-called international style, which is thought to be now a universal style that can migrate across the world. And I'm really developed an interest in William Lescaze, because during his time in Europe, he was learning from theorists there who interpreted social housing, particularly as an organic form, and one that indexed the material culture of the working class as a new representative of the mass culture that was emerging as a result of industrialization. And so when he comes to America and he finally gets the opportunity, he works on public housing, and he becomes one of the premier architects to design Williamsburg houses, which was the first public housing unit constructed in the United States with the use of federal dollars. And what's interesting about this form is that he synthesizes the aesthetic of the international style as it was inaugurated at the Museum of Modern Art in 1932, with some of the aesthetic features of the social housing and philanthropical projects that were pioneered in the United States in the late 19th and early 20th century. And so the brick face in between the concrete plinths visualizes this kind of synthetic joining of these elements. But even more importantly, within this context, not only is he Americanizing the international style in a general sense, but he's Americanizing the subjects who inhabited this space. And if you know a bit about the birth of public housing in the US, you know that by federal and state mandate, it was a racially segregated project. And so this project, Williamsburg Houses, was a predominantly white unit. It was all white until the 1950s, when federal projects could not harbor racial segregation. And then it allowed for nominal amounts of Black subjects who were gleaned from the best of the projects in the state. But what's interesting here is that this becomes now a social mixing ground for both the submerged middle classes, or those who were still suffering from the Depression years and had not regained wealth and standing in that time period, as well as the white ethnic groups migrating from Western Europe into the United States with different language customs, dressing customs, food customs, all the differences that you would find in the enclaves in the city. Now they come together and they learn how to be middle-class American citizens at the same time. So they all go to the same schools, they all do the same PTA meetings, they develop socialization practices such as hosting parties and celebrations between each other, so that this literally becomes a way through the language of modernist architecture of expanding the American body politic. And so I entitled this chapter "When Public Housing Was White" to show the great promise that people saw in this form for white citizens and white immigrants to come together to consolidate what would become the future of American character. And in this mass form that would proliferate around the nation, what that represented for a very brief time for white Americans before the promise of suburbanization allowed them to leave these spaces and to develop other spaces. And for me, it's an interesting reading because it counteracts our assumption that public housing was primarily a space for poor Black Americans, the ways that we see it in the early and late post-war periods, back to the time period when it was first being formulated by an immigrant himself, William Lescaze, who could understand this process and translate it into an architectural form. So I'm going to show you just one case study from the book, chapter 3, looking at Louis Sullivan and his translations of notions of physiognomy into an architectural procedure, and then stop and entertain questions and thoughts that you guys may have about the general tenor and notion of the project. I entitled this chapter "The Search for an American Architecture," to really set up a critique of this label of American architecture and to really interrogate who is American, which racial and ethnic groups were used as the measuring rod or the canon by which people would understand what American architecture should be, and how is it that then Louis Sullivan satisfies this social and cultural mandate in his material forms. This story has, or this chapter rather, has two halves. The first half really looks at the socialization of Louis Sullivan as an American citizen and the kinds of struggles that he faced by being an Irish American and trying to fit into a hegemonic notion of American character that was Anglo-American, that therefore treated the Irish, particularly the Irish immigrants, as a kind of denigrated class within the American body politic. And then I look at the ways that Sullivan's architecture as a kind of visual representation of what an Anglo-American character should look like is subverted by the very groups that occupied his buildings. And this one, particularly the Kahilath Anshe Ma'arif Synagogue, first occupied by a Reformed Jewish congregation, starting from migrants from the west of Europe and later including migrants from the east of Europe, and then later occupied by a Black Baptist church called themselves Pilgrim Baptist Church, who then made subsequent changes to this building in order to accommodate their religious practice. And so on the one side, I'm looking at the ways that Sullivan wrote himself into the history of American arts and letters by trying to expand the notion of whiteness in America. And then I'm looking at the ways that his accommodation of Jewish and Black congregants, at least after his death, so therefore, despite his own very narrow description of what whiteness is and what American character was, helped to expand that definition so that it could truly become an American architecture that was inclusive of all, and not just focused on the narrow range of whiteness that Sullivan had to deal with during his lifetime. I try to compare and contrast both the interior and the exterior ways that Sullivan's architecture created an organic synthesis of parts to whole, both using his really curious ahistorical botanical ornament, as well as his programmatic arrangement of parts on the inside to express the ways that different groups were Americanizing in this context. So for example, on the left side, we're looking at an image of the interior of the Reformed Jewish congregation. And one of the things you'll notice, which is very common amongst the development of synagogue architectures between Orthodox and Reformed congregations, that the bima, or the lectern, from which you would read the Old Testament, is not located in the center of this space, but it actually is located at the head of the space. And this emulated some of the physical arrangements of Protestant churches at this time. So it was a way of both democratizing access to the sight lines by which one could see the person reading the scripture, but also a way of literally emulating the dominant clergy culture in the U.S., or the Protestant culture within a Jewish synagogue space. I also talk a little bit about the ways that Sullivan arranged this building in terms of placing elements of the chorus and the organ within the wall itself to provide this illusion of the animation or the living, the animation of living material within the building itself, as if the building was behaving like a living being. And so on the image on the left, you'd see, for example, the grill in the semicircle at the very top, and the two alcoves on either side of the stage. These were spaces for the organ and the chorus, respectively, literally emanating from inside of the volumes of the walls and coming out into the congregation to allow for the building to resonate or sing along with the chorus itself. But as we move to the Pilgrim Baptist Church, all these elements move outside of the wall and into the congregation space, creating a much more intimate connection between the chorus that would sit alongside either side of the preacher or pastor, and would engage in a call and response, where the spirit was passed from one entity to the other within the congregation itself, animating the interior of the space outside of the building frame, and therefore modifying the kind of organic synthesis that Sullivan established in his original design. Now, at the beginning of this chapter, I really try and trace the intellectual origins of Sullivan's thinking, going back to Emerson and his writings on American transcendentalism, particularly his essays on American character and his book, English Traits, tracing the transmission of Anglo-Saxon identity from the British Isles and England proper over into New England and the United States. And it was Emerson's assumption that New England was going to be the seat by which American democracy would develop, the principles along which it would develop, as well as authors like Walt Whitman, which you can see on the right side in his book Leaves of Grass, where he uses this book to create poetic passages of different elements of American culture, including one very famous scene where he writes from the perspective of a Black slave. And so therefore, by embodying that kind of personhood, tries to build sympathy among his white readership about what the status of the freed slave would be in a kind of advancing democratic America. As I mentioned in reference to Emerson, if you look at his book English Traits, what's interesting, you can see here chapter 8 is entitled Character. He tries to trace the evolution of Anglo-Saxon character as it migrates across the Atlantic, creating an inverse argument that many British commentators have, which is, so the British interpretation was that there's an enfeeblement of character as one moves to the frontier and the harsh conditions in the frontier. He's writing back as an American to say, no, there's actually an invigoration, a sharpening of these characteristics that moves beyond the current decadence of the British nation state into what is the kind of pioneering spirit of the Americans. And so he's trying to make an argument for the ways that America is actually extending the racial character of Western Europe and producing a new, almost Western frontier of the expansion of Western civilization in the New World. And it's interesting if we think about, excuse me, Walt Whitman, because Whitman was a very central focus of Sullivan's work. Sullivan actually wrote letters to Whitman, explained to him that he was trying to emulate his poetic sensibility of America in the form of architecture. And despite Whitman's somewhat sympathetic portrayal of Black Americans in his poetry, when it came to what he thought of their potential being within the actual American body politic, we can see that he has a very limited sensibility about what they could do in America. Here is an op-ed, a quote from an op-ed in the Brooklyn Daily Times in 1858 that describes Whitman's assessment of what would be the ultimate contribution of Black Americans to American politics. And he's speaking specifically about the debates that are emerging within the new states past the original 13 colonies as they're thinking about whether to expand the number of slaveholding states or to limit that to just those that existed in the colonial American South. And he's answering this question in terms of the competition that would emerge between the white working class citizen and the slave subject as being unequal. And so this is where we get the terms, these kind of euphemistic terms of wage slavery playing themselves out in an actual racialized context here. So Whitman is speaking on behalf of the white working class citizen, not because he wishes for the humanity of Black subjects to be recognized and for them not to be enslaved, but because he's very interested in the economic prosperity of the white working class subject themselves. And so he writes, who believes that the whites and Blacks can ever amalgamate in America, or who wishes it to happen? Nature has set an impassable seal against it. Besides, is not America for the whites? And is it not better so? As long as the Blacks remain here, how can they become anything like an independent and heroic race? There is no chance for it. And so for me, mining the nuances of the racial politics of American transcendentalism helps me to understand how it is that Sullivan could be a progressive fighting for the inclusion of Irish Americans, an expansion of whiteness in this very limited notion of what American character is. But within the framework of a kind of American expansionist or manifest destiny doctrine that leaves no space for people of color, particularly, or explicitly, and then implicitly limits the potentials or perceived potentials of certain European migrants who seem to be too far away from the Anglo-American ideal that is satisfied by this notion of New England politics, as well as a Protestant kind of religiosity that expands within the United States. And so I take this idea and go back to Sullivan's early training and try and figure out how it is that he might be able to visualize or formalize these principles of character and physiognomy in his work. And it returns me to some of the early caricatures that he produced. This was a practice that he started when he first visited the École des Beaux-Arts and picked up Le Journal Amusant and other caricature journals depicting the different races and classes of French culture, and then reapplying that to his study of American culture. So in this image, I'm showing you two sets of sketches where he depicts not what I think are actual people themselves, but caricatures of peoples that would fit certain social typologies that would emerge in small villages and towns. And in the same way that he's characterizing the characters of the peoples themselves, he's doing the same with the architectures that emulate, in some Ruskinian arguments, the quaintness of the English cottage, or the rustic simplicity of the primitive cottage itself. And we can see this starting to show up in some of his writings, both at the level of socio-political relations, but also at the level of how he understands the natural principle or the universal laws of nature spreading from through different phenomena, both organic and inorganic in the world, from people and geographies to buildings themselves. In Kindergarten Chats, he writes, "From the character of a peer, may we not discern the character of a race? And from the slowly changing character of a developed peer, may we not discern the temperamental changes taking place in a race, its growth, its fulfillment, its decay?" In the Autobiography of an Idea, there are a series of passages where he literally racially profiles people, from members of his family to his business partner, Denkmar Adler, who was Jewish American. He says of his father in the Autobiography of an Idea, he says, "It seems strange at first glance that these highly virile and sensitive powers should be embodied in one so unlovely a person. His medium size, his two sloping shoulders, his excessively Irish face, his small repulsive eyes, the eyes of a pig, of nondescript color and no flash, sunk into his head under rough brows." And so here is an image of his father, Patrick Sullivan. I don't think he's as unglorious as he's depicted here, but if you look at the way that Sullivan depicts Irish immigrants particularly, both his Irish nanny, his father, and others, we see that he is sort of denigrating them in the same ways that Anglo-American scholars are denigrating Irish immigrants for being slow, for not being able to assimilate into the kind of Anglo-Saxon or Anglo-American notion of character, but then distancing himself from his father by also now physiognomically describing his mother and his mother's heritage, saying, as to the mother, Adrienne Liss Sullivan, she seemed French, but was not wholly so. She had the typical eyelids, expressive hazel eyes, an oval face, features mobile. She was of medium stature, trimly built, highly emotional, and given to ecstasies of speech. And if you look in Sullivan's library, he actually had manuals on how to read human physiognomy that use some of the very descriptions that he's using here to describe his mother. So the monogamic eye relates these characteristics that he subscribes to her, as well as some that he subscribes to his business partner, Denkmar Adler. Further away stood Adler at the draftsman's table, full frontal view, well-lighted. He was a heavy-set, short-nosed Jew, well-bearded, with a magnificent domed forehead which stopped suddenly at a solid mass of black hair. He was a picture of sturdy strength, physical and mental. And in these same manuals, we see a description of the Jewish nose, which we can date visually all the way back to Le Journal Amusant that Sullivan was reading in France and now is projecting into his work. It should be noted that this tendency isn't just a one-off, it's not just found in Sullivan's work. But if you were to pick up Frank Lloyd Wright's autobiography, you'll find him doing the exact same thing, racial profiling the Jewish members of Adler and Sullivan's architectural firm, as well as some of the Japanese Americans that worked for him in his office in very animalistic ways and very debased or dehumanizing ways. And so this tendency to use physiognomy to describe and to characterize the essential traits of a group is something that is passed down from Sullivan to Wright and is found commonly in their works. And so I theorize the ways then that these principles, literary, visual, artistic, show up in Sullivan in a new procedural form that I call architectural physiognomy, where he tries to project with architectural form the desired character that a group is to have, using architecture as a means of understanding what the ideal state of American character would be in this context. So in this image, I'm showing you on the very far left the first design and the desired design that Sullivan created for Kehilath Anshe Ma'arif Synagogue. And this building, as has been noted by architectural critics like Montgomery Schulier and others, it moves past an ecclesiastical characterization that was common at that time period to take on a more secular character. You might compare this building to some of the armories that you find in many 19th century cities, or if we look on the right side here at the very bottom right, there's a courthouse with a jailhouse there done by H.H. Richardson. This kind of very tall, masculine, taut architectural form represents a building form that fulfills a secular civic function within an urban sphere that emulates the kind of utilitarian character that you find in Jewish synagogues in places where the oppression of Jews was high and rampant, and therefore internalized the kind of decoration, opulence, and open display of Jewish identity, as well as, at least in secular's notion of what religious forms should become, critiquing their current state as feudal and related to the European past, and hoping that they would secularize and become kind of more of a common meeting ground for the exchange of philosophical ideas in the American present and future. We see what his synthetic, organic notion of what this building should become. We even see this somewhat in the planar arrangement of the building, where the ground floor houses some of the secular functions that would relate back to the city. So for example, here, it's been noted that several women of the congregation were able to hold book clubs that allowed for them to mix with non-Jewish members of society, as well as some of the male members mixing with certain political elements, non-Jewish political elements of society, here in this space, where I guess the Christian equivalent would be reading rooms, Sunday schools, and different types of functions that would serve in a more secular civic way. And then on the floors above is the actual religious space, where the profane is elevated above, or the sacred is elevated above the profane, which allows for the separation of these spaces. And then, as I discussed a little bit earlier, the organic integration of function and aesthetics and program in this space that allowed for the walls to sing toward the congregation. This was something that Sullivan developed over the several projects, the span of several projects, including Sinai Temple, which was an interior renovation of an existing church, which had more visible Moorish and Saracenic ornamentations on the outside, to the more secular arrangement of his space on the left side in the synagogue on the south side of Chicago. So given this sort of premier design and the way that it presented a really sort of closed synthetic reading of what American culture might look like for this Reformed Jewish congregation, it's interesting to note that the final form actually departs from this ideal. We get a little bit of the secular reading of American character at the bottom, but at the very top, we get much more ornamental flourishes and references to specific Jewish customs and traditions, all the way from elements of the Ark of the Covenant to the actual tablets that held the Ten Commandments. Joseph Siri sort of notes the window openings on the top level that are indicative of what people believe that the form of those tablets might have looked like and how they were represented at the time, which leads to me reading this building as a representation of a hyphenated American identity, which isn't just the Anglo-American hegemony that was presented, but a Jewish American identity that is trying to tend to the differences and the tensions that exist between these two references. And this top clear story level will become a factor as well when a Black American congregation comes in, and we see this form change again, which reinforces this kind of hyphenated American identity reading of this form. So as I mentioned, the Pilgrim Baptist Church was the next group to come in to this congregation. And so if we think about the final form of the building already being a deviation from Sullivan's architecture and his ideal form of architecture, but again, not reading it as a kind of failing of his organicism, but a more perfect representation of what American identity might be, then we can take note then of the ways that the Black occupation of this space led to modifications and changes that refined it even more and allowed it to become even more American in practice than what Sullivan accounted for in his theory. The first notion of this, the potential fitness for Black American character, comes in the form of the first function that this building would have satisfied. So there are a couple of surviving documents that tell us that there was a committee put together that wanted to turn the original synagogue into an industrial academy that would have been run in the same way that Booker T. Washington's Industrial Academy was run at Tuskegee Institute. And they liked the fact that this building was secular looking and monumental, and it would have elevated the presence of Black American labor in the city in ways that was not present in the current moment. But eventually, those plans died off. The money couldn't be raised properly. And so the Jewish congregation sold it to a Black Baptist congregation, one that they had been collaborating with during their interfaith meetings, during their traditional religious practices. And I want to just point you very quickly to some of the elements of the space that deviated from the original Sullivan design. So one of which we talked about earlier, which was the closing of the two alcoves along either side of the stage, and the moving of the organ from behind the grill in the top of the wall to, you can see it sort of here, a remnant of it in the second floor story here at the end of the row of seats. We get an externalization of that crowd, and we get an expansion of the chorus space as the Great Migration brings Black practitioners who are practicing the old faith traditions of Baptist church to the new faith traditions of the Baptist church. And so in the space itself, now instead of following the formal regularity of Protestant practices, we see now a call and response actively between the chorus and the congregation on the interior. And even more interestingly, as the ornamental elements of the clear story on the outside fall away, we see the congregation consciously not restoring those elements as they refer to another religious tradition, but instead allowing them to fall into the background, almost extending the height of the roof as a kind of anonymous cap for the kinds of things that are happening on the interior. I did forget to mention in this slide here that one of the things that they did was they commissioned an African-American painter to go through and to create illustrations that were multiracial of certain biblical accounts. And so here we're seeing people from Jesus to his apostles being represented in a range of colors so that the Black Americans who came to visit this space could think of themselves and insert themselves not only into the American body politic more generally, but also into the notions of Christianity that were most dominant at that time period. And so tragically, around 2005, there was a fire on the interior of the building as they were restoring the building itself that led to a complete demolition of the interior of the building. The only thing that survived are the outside walls. And immediately the congregation moved into fundraising to restore the church, and a debate quickly emerged as to what period should they restore the building back to. Should it be restored back to the original design of Adler and Sullivan, 1890, 1891? Or should it be restored to a time period that was much more expressive of the culture that was dominant in the Black Baptist Church? And they decided to restore it to the period when gospel music first emerged in this space. And so this held in abeyance somewhat what formal expression that top clear story should take. And so in the illustrations that were published in local newspapers and flyers by the congregation, we can see that the secular base that Sullivan originally intended is shown restored in its original glory, but that the top portion was sort of still being debated over. And for me, this is a really important moment because it's a moment where I began to realize that the long history of this building, especially given its aspiration to be an American architecture, is much more important than its originary moment, when that vision was only reserved for those that fit into the whiteness of the Anglo-American tradition. And that this ethos of understanding and acknowledging the contributions that people of color have made to the architecture, for me, is much more important than reifying the original intentions of a so-called master designer like Sullivan. It helps to pluralize the architectural canon in a way that moves us away from the tendencies within architectural discourse itself that allow it to legitimize the power structures of white supremacy, to being a much more horizontal viewing of the built environment and ways that I think is actually more pluralistic than the democratic architectures that were created in the past. So thank you very much for your time and attention. I just want to stop the share here so that there is some time to discuss ideas and to entertain questions and begin a conversation.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that, Charles. I mean, I'm going to clap just to stand in for the crowd we've got here. Such a cogent piece. Clearly, it's a very significant book, and I want to read it. And it's a very compelling way to present this material. So thank you very much for that. Charles, do you think you could turn on your camera so we can...
Oh, let me see if I thought I did. Let me see.
Might help us to conduct the discussion. I just want to start the discussion with a rather general question, which is to do with physiognomy. And physiognomy is obviously this kind of pseudoscience of the surfaces of the body, reading the human body as if the surfaces present a kind of code, yeah? Mm-hmm. A code about character, a code about race. Mm-hmm. And so it's about surfaces. And of course, that means that often, you know, you have physiognomic readings of buildings, especially in the 19th century, in which the surfaces of the building become a kind of code for you know, character, race, nationality, whatever. But I was wondering about physiognomy and space, and whether in your research you come across ways in which physiognomy could be read in terms of the spatial properties of buildings. Mm-hmm. Does it work at all? Does that happen at all?
It does. It's a really good question, very perceptive question, because one of the reasons I wanted to look at architectural organicism was the fact that it tried to marry synthetically the outside with the space and the structure. All these things had to be tied together in a kind of synthetic arrangement that would link them together. And so, for example, in the chapter on Semper, I talk a little bit about the ways that Karl Bottacher would discuss tectonics as an alternative arrangement for Semper's, where Bottacher really starts with the space on the interior and then imagines it being dressed with structure around it and then clothed with the outside cladding. And so literally using the spatial protocols as a way of structuring how one understood the past. And there are several moments in the book where I also try to mind the ways that an ethnographical reading of a space becomes the basis by which one reinterprets its use in the present. For example, in the chapter on Viollet-le-Duc, when he's thinking about the reasons for painting a mural in that salon space on the first floor, he's thinking of it not only as a space that was proper to the Swiss chalet as a typology, but even further back as a space underneath the tent that the migrating Aryans would have made for themselves in the clearing of the plain with the mountains beyond. And so it's really this sense of space that he's trying to bring back to this form that gives it a legitimation for being an Aryan form. And then on the outside, he updates the materials so that it will resonate with the spirit. And so for me, there is a kind of dialectical reading between the space of the building and sometimes the structure, particularly when I'm still reading some of the organic tendencies in the international style architectures where the ornament is gone. But then oftentimes in the 19th century examples, between the space and the structure and the iconography on the outside of the building itself. And so one of the challenges for me was to explicitly move beyond an iconographical reading only to try and connect it to things on the inside. Sometimes it would be with the structure, like in the Tectonic traditions, a la Frampton and others, the way that they're understanding that relationship. But sometimes it will be through the space. And the ways that this new program might actually discipline the body politic to become the right kind of citizen, the right kind of American or the right kind of German. I think that's a really important reading, which it offers an embodied interpretation of the building as opposed to kind of visual one only.
Great, thank you. Okay, let's see if anyone has a question. Do you want to use the hands up function, that little sign which is just a hand? If you want to talk, if you want to ask Charles a question, just press on that hand and we'll bring you in to speak. And if you could, when you do speak, if you could turn on both your mic and your camera, it's good to see people, I think, makes it much more interesting and fun and personal. So anyone want to comment or a question? While people are thinking, I mean, I also want to ask again, it's a kind of rather, I guess it's a rather broad question, but it's about, I guess it's about Gyatri Spivak's kind of core question whenever one is dealing with this kind of material, whenever one is dealing with race and culture, you know, how, in a sense, how can the subaltern speak back to this stuff? I mean, how does one write this in? And I can see how you're doing that with the very last section of the paper. You know, how actually speaking can take the form of remodeling, of you know, commissioning paintings. It can take the form of blocking one part of the building and using it in a different way. Yeah. I was wondering, really, I mean, I guess this is, the question here is really around the kind of Jewish subject here, which didn't appear in the paper, with the synagogue. So the way in which you presented Sullivan's work on the synagogue is really as Sullivan as the agent, Sullivan as the kind of author of the synagogue. And I was wondering what happens to, you know, the Jewish clients, the Jewish users of the synagogue. How do they, do we just assume that their subjectivity is voiced by Sullivan?
This is a really good question as well. I do go to it in a little bit more detail in the chapter, and I've also explored it in a few conference papers outside of what ends up in the book. But actually what you find is that there's a much more extensive discussion than what Sullivan intended for the space. Both because Denkmar Adler is not only Jewish American, but his father is a rabbi. And so he has a very deep knowledge of what it is that the congregation needs and wants, and he's able to almost serve as a kind of interpreter for Sullivan, who tends to be less interested in those things. And so for me, presenting the Sullivan perspective kind of shows the divorcing that can happen there. But there's also another conversation that shows that there were multiple avenues by which Sullivan learned of Jewish thought. So one was through his business partner and his knowledge of his father's practice. Another was through the client meetings that they had with the congregation leadership, who were very influential philosophical writers in the Jewish, Reformed Jewish tradition. And so Sullivan was learning quite a lot about the kind of secular sources that they were reading through and reading them and catching up with them and finding resonances there that he did not find with other religious clients. Even throughout his life, he didn't find the same resonances with them. But what's interesting on the other side is that the laity of the congregation, and this was pretty common whenever Sullivan tried to design a religious space, they just did not like his aesthetic. They did not like his architecture. And they had lots of negative things to say about the discordance between what they expected to kind of elevate what they, especially as they were in a kind of pluralist period of acceptance, and they're seeing both church leadership and other members finding success out in the world, and some of them want a kind of reciprocity in terms of respecting their Jewishness and their uniqueness. And so there are discussions amongst the congregation, both in the historical literature by the congregation itself, and then hints on what Sullivan is saying about the conversations in his own correspondence, that show that some people wanted even more, like less secular, more kind of historical references. And if you look at some of the Earth complex of Sullivan's work, a lot of times this complaint appears in the newspapers on commentaries on his work. And so I think it was actually a very rich conversation. I wasn't able to find definitive documents that would demonstrate that some of the reasons for the emergence of the changing of the clear story level weren't just purely economic, but were driven conversations within the congregation itself. But to me, it just seems really very strange if that did not have any influence whatsoever. Like, what a congregation wants for their space becomes just as important as what the leadership wants for that space, and what the architect can accommodate. So there's a really great book on the Sinai congregation that also shows in a separate congregation that also Adler and Sullivan designed a renovation for some of these conversations. So I think that they were there. It's just a lack of access to at least in the English language. It might have been in Yiddish, and therefore I might have missed them in the archival work that I was able to look at. But I use the Jewish congregation in two areas, both in the Semper chapter and in the Sullivan chapter, because I think that they present, especially Reformed Jewish congregations, as a kind of version of Jewish religiosity that seemed to be much more preferable for those who were heading the state and shaping the sense of national character. And in that sense, I think that chapter, those parts of the chapters could be even deeper than what I presented to you today.
Okay, great, fascinating, thank you. Okay, we've got two questions. Let's go to Leslie Topp, first of all. Leslie.
Great. Hi, Charles. Thank you so much for a really excellent, very thought-provoking paper. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah, great. It took me back to when I was a graduate student reading Louis Sullivan, and it reminded me of how bizarre his language is, and how kind of trying to at that time, late 20th century perspective, I always struggled to get hold of it. What on earth was he talking about most of the time, And there's a kind of irritating quality to it as well, isn't there? Where you feel
it's bad poetry. It's just bad.
Yeah, and that he would really be a huge bore to talk to. But one thing that really struck me in the language at that time, which was to do, of course, with my own preoccupations at that time too, was the strong gendered quality to the language, so that there was a constant harping on about masculinity and virility, and that seemed very much central to what he was trying to do there, and his, especially the identification of a unique American style versus the European, which was over civilized, and it wasn't just gendered either. There was a sexuality element there too, about kind of hermaphrodites and inversion and this type of thing. And I wondered whether you wanted to comment on that and any parallels with the discourse that you're tracing. I wondered whether the parallel might be something to do with creating a unitary identity for Americans that works through exclusion of what's not American.
So this question of masculinity and virility and femininity It's very interesting, and I think important in Sullivan's work, because it allows one to trace his line of thinking back to some of the American transcendentalists, where you also find some of that gendered language, but also to some of the architectural theorists, as they're talking about column orders and systems and ways that gender starts to inflect within these spaces. And I see him, at least in my recollection of like a lot of the bad poetry that he's writing about, trying to characterize what is American about his way of making architecture. Some of it is like the broader sensibility of it, like there's a kind of pragmatism that he's using that is masculine. But then there's this sensibility of flourishment that he identifies as feminine, that when brought together create a complete form. And some of the best examples of this are when you look at like the Gage Building series in Chicago, and you're looking at the buildings, there are two buildings next to the one that Sullivan eventually ornamented that don't have the ornament. And so it's interesting to see them without, like, denuded of the ornament in the ways that the early 1910s and 20s modernist architects loved, because it just showed structure. And this is like the very masculine, powerful way of showing it. And this is why they love the rain silos, etc. But for Sullivan, it was there needed to be a union of them. And as you say, there's a kind of sexualized notion there. It's not just bringing the masculine and the feminine together, but it's marrying them so that they speak to one another. And I often read that series of buildings as his attempt to, if we were to think of this as a kind of a transect, you know, like he's seeing the skyscraper as literally extending the raw materials and the resources of the frontier or the prairie. And so he's bringing that in representational form to the cover of it, in the same ways that if he was standing in a field in the prairie, he'll be thinking about the masculinity of American pragmatism and how to order the environment in a way that would extract the most materials while still being a steward of the landscape. And so there is a rich gendered reading to be had of this. And I did struggle with that in the text in terms of trying to present an intersectional reading of his work, while also trying to identify explicitly what role race played there. And so I do agree with you that there is a way that an intersectional reading of this would allow for us to understand how gender, and particularly the stereotypes of masculinity and femininity, play into his politics. And then also, even in conversation with what I mentioned today about the virility of Anglo-Saxonism as it comes into the States, as a proof that America is a powerful nation and that it is going to lead the West to new grounds. So I'm sort of agreeing with you in that sense. It doesn't all come out in the text, but I do acknowledge that those complexities are there in the work.
Great, thanks.
Thank you for that. And we've got a question from Adam Coleman. Adam.
Thank you. That was fascinating and brilliant. Going into Friday night with loads of thoughts there. It's really, really incredible. And I had to stop myself from Googling to find a copy of the book online. I have a question. I'm not sure it's all that brilliant or articulate, but you made a reference early on in the paper about the kind of ethnographer's interest in the bones of an individual and and how that might relate to the bones of a building. And it immediately made me think about concrete frames. But I wondered where in your research that kind of analogy most resonated. Mm-hmm.
So I found it most resonant in the chapter on Viollet-le-Duc, where he's thinking about the ways that zoology, paleontology, like the use of literal bones, particularly of species that have gone extinct, allow for one to reconstruct the total form of the object. And in his discussion, in his Dictionnaire raisonné, where he's talking about the Gothic cathedral and the ways that the parts of the cathedral are so logically integrated with one another that you can reconstruct the whole from the part. And to me, this is like a new scientific way of establishing part-to-whole relationships within the body that replace the old Vitruvian notion of congenitas and the notion of compositional harmony, etc. So in that sense, I see him as modernizing, using the natural sciences to modernize a corporeal reading of the body of the building in ways that transform Vitruvianism and updated it to make it more appropriate to the current moment. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you. That's really great. Thank you.
So in Viollet-le-Duc's work, I find it's the most schematic and therefore the most readable. I think it's present in the other works, but like with Semper, he tends to be a lot more nuanced in his borrowings from ethnography. And with Sullivan and Lloyd Wright, I think they're getting it secondhand from other disciplines, like from sociology and some evolutionary theories. But at least there, the connection, I think, is legible enough that you might be able to then use that as a model for reading any other examples.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And a question from Karim Sultan. Karim.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you for a very insightful presentation and many connections, and have many questions. But one thing, perhaps a brief one, that I wanted to ask actually was the notion of secular style or secular architecture, as opposed to sort of the more kind of particular approaches, for example, for the synagogue or for the church or for these various things. And I wanted to know, is the notion of secular in this context something that comes about? That's something that's sort of synthetically kind of synthetically sort of comes about as how do I put this? Is it something that's sort of either derived from a particular kind of practice that's sort of valorized and becomes kind of a sort of a universal, or becomes a kind of ideal of something neutral, or is it something that's kind of developed as something specifically secular? That's just a very brief question on that one. Yeah.
So are you asking then, like, if the way that I'm using secular is really explicit to the typology in question or the context that's being considered, or if it's like a more global understanding of American politics and the way that the nation state, like the goals of the nation state should move?
Somewhat. I think just the one thing that that sort of stuck out, jumped out at me was a sort of perhaps this polar kind of continuum between, for example, something that sort of speaks to a certain kind of community or a certain kind of expression, and secular as being something devoid of that, as something that's sort of neutral, that has, and I was just kind of curious whether, for example, in the case of, let's say, international style later on, how that sort of gets exported internationally as something that's kind of neutral, international,
Gotcha.
Although it does have a very kind of particular, specific kind of geographical and cultural locus of origin. So I just wanted to know if that's a similar kind of case in the American example.
That's a really interesting question. So I'll answer it this way. So the ways that I was using secular here are really tempered by Sullivan's writings, although I think that it's a shared kind of way that people are interpreting it, especially for those who are trying to search for an American architecture. But I think that at least before I started doing this project, I tended to be fooled by the universalist claims that they're making. So in reality, the secularism that he's talking about is the secularism that he thinks is appropriate for the future of American arts and letters. But what's implicit there is that the advancement of American arts and letters, at least in his notion of American character, can only really be pushed forward by certain racial and ethnic groups. And so it's a prescribed sense of secularity that comes out of the Anglo-American tradition and the kinds of cultures that assimilate best into that tradition. And what I'm trying to do with this project is to bring back that specificity, like to be able to sort of to bracket it in a way so that we don't think that this is all of America that we're talking about. When Sullivan was saying that, he was using universal language, but only because for him, the rest of the cultures fell off the map. Like they don't even count, or they don't, like the Chinese laborers on the West Coast and the freed slaves, like these are just people who are here. They are forever going to be laborers and servants. We don't have to talk about them. Like what are the elite classes going to be doing? And so in that small, narrow, privileged space, there's a secularism or secular reading of civic cultures that takes the previously feudal religious cultures and other forms of non-universal cultures and universalizes them to make democracy work. And so within that context, he's very much fitting within what the American transcendentalists are thinking. Like, it really starts as a kind of civic religion, a way of both first personal improvement, but also a way of aligning some of the functions that are there. We even see a little bit of this in like Richardson's pragmatist interpretation of the library as a kind of cultural function. And what's interesting for me, and because Sullivan is so influenced by Richardson, when you look at Richardson's floor plans for the library, a lot of them look very similar. When you look at the picturesque ways that he expresses them, they're very variant. They literally, they cover the transect from the urban, which has to be really tight, to the suburban, which can have lots of variations. And so I see them both as developing a kind, within the tradition or paradigm of architectural organicism, a visual language that would allow for the secularization of some of these programs, but only for this kind of exclusive elite. And so for people like Richardson, he was like a slave owner, and he was already of the elite, and Wright, who was Welsh American and fit within the kind of lineage. Sullivan is in this precarious space where he doesn't want people to look too closely at his Irishness, and so he's trying to literally secularize himself, and then to show that his experience doing that shows him how to do it for the other function. So in that sense, I think I'm using it in a prescribed way. That I appreciate your question, because now it brings clarity to the racial politics of that, where it's not really for everyone, but just for a specific elite few.
That's sort of exactly the kind of thing that I was looking for. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And thank you, Mark, for organizing this. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. If I could just ask a question about that very process, or the ways in which something becomes universal, universalization. I don't know in the book whether you talk about Semper's carib hut that he saw in the Crystal Palace in 1851, but I wondered if you could, or do, reflect upon, the process by which, something very, very specific, or ostensibly very culturally specific, very geographically specific too, or at least taken to be so, becomes universal, becomes presented as, not just a carib hut, but, a set of ways of understanding, how architecture should be, how architecture represents meaning, as well as represents certain ways of building. Because there's something I think there's something very radical about Semper's seizing upon the carib hut, which, although of course we all use it in our teaching, I'm kind of desperate to find someone. Do you know if anyone has actually done particular research on that particular hut as it was shown in the Crystal Palace? I'd quite like to see how, in a sense, that process of universalization works from the specific to the general principles.
So that's an interesting question. So just in terms of like others who are writing about this in a way that indexes that specific reference in the way that you're talking about, the one person who I can think of is Mary Vatoum, and the way that she writes about it in her book, but sort of like she's not speaking specifically of it, and she doesn't mind like where did that one come from and which culture and how was it assembled in that way. But generally speaking, in the aporias of historicism that he constructs, how this object is both an example of a particular primitive hut, to do away with the kind of universalization that the previous primitive huts used to introduce to the discourse, but then becomes a kind of symbol of the universal laws of nature that shape vernacular particularity. And so if you look at the way that he writes about this from the 4 elements of style, the first essay that he sort of writes on this, in that one, he doesn't use the carib hut. He uses a kind of a wooden post and lintel framed Chinese temple. I think it was found in Peking or something. It was one way that he was looking at the elemental elements, the primary elements of architecture that are expressed in this form. And he just found the Carib hut to be just much more reduced and much more clear in all of the different pieces. And so he's searching for the right example to show that all human cultures express this. But it's interesting to me that he's using the examples of people of color to do this. He's using the Chinese example, he's using the Caribbean example. And these are the examples located in the global south, outside of Germany and the parlance that most German architects would understand. So it's something about the outside telling us more about the inside and the relationship of the primitive to forever re-energize and regenerate the thinking of the scientific West that I think prevents him from using the Bavarian Tyrol hut, which he talks about in Der Stil, but never uses as a kind of form to understand how this operates on the outside. And I think that there's an interesting, weird way that this thing is read as both particular but also universal. And I think that, for me at least, it comes into play depending on which lens you're using. If you're using his ethnographical lens that's analytical, it's very particular. If you're using his projective lens, which is design-oriented, it becomes universal. And identifying that difference, the different modalities, I think are really quite important. I talk about it in the book, but I don't think I've put as fine a point on it as you just have. So I think that that's useful for me to be able to discuss when the modalities switch over and what the productivities of that are for the designing architect.
Because for me, the thing it also is that, the Carib hut, could easily be the slave shack, couldn't it? We're talking about the Caribbean in 1850. Presumably, slaves working the plantations were living in, much the same kind of dwelling. And of course, in a sense, it cannot be called a slave shack, can it? I'm just thinking about that's, how that kind of displacement from the contemporary, But
I do wonder if, so I think that there needs to be a distinction made between Semper's reading and then those who inherited Semper and what aim they put his work toward. But I do see in his work a kind of romanticization of this other subject. Yes. But I also do see, for example, there probably is a resonance with understanding this as this is a slave subject of the empire. There's some way that this fits within the political structure of the empire, and preserving it in literary form in this way gives it a place. And I remember, I think it's Suzanne Zantoff, she talks about the kinds of cultural imaginaries that start to emerge when nations like Germany start to engage in the colonial project, and they need to then find a place for all these elements. And for me, it's really interesting to read Semper because he's sort of before the formal expansion of imperialism at this time period, but he clearly, he sees the Carib hut as a product of this kind of colonial economy and the ability to even take that and to bring it into England and to put it on display. It's part of that economy, and so it's undeniable that it probably does have that resonance there. I didn't think of it I didn't write about it in that way in the chapter, but actually writing about it in that way makes it it's an anticipation of the inclusion of German colonialism that much more logical, because he's creating a structure, an ethnographical structure within which to understand this that resonates with the political in a way that allows them to be married. And so there's a valorization of it at the same way that there's a freezing of its place within the kind of cultural and social relations. I think that's really quite interesting. Yeah. And I'm glad you're taping this so I can listen to it again.
Well, yes. Well, some might say, well, why German? Semper wasn't German. Semper came from a European empire. He had the space. In a sense, if he is a Habsburg subject, he already kind of comes from an empire that kind of occupies a kind of greater than national space. So I think that could be worked in as well.
Oh, that's interesting. Yes.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. But I think we've got a question from Leslie, which may well touch on that. Leslie.
Yeah, just to jump in on the Carib hut, that it just thinking about it occurred to me that the Carib people were pretty much eradicated by then.
Exactly.
And so it's, I think, probably not accidental that it's an indigenous people who have been eradicated by a colonial force throughout the Caribbean, the British colonial force. How that relates to then that having been chosen to be represented in the Crystal Palace, if I understand that right, that's where it's never solved. It's certainly a history if no one's done it yet.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't found it. It's possible that it's been done, but I haven't come across it. These are really great comments. There is one in the chat. I don't know if I'm able to.
I think that's is there one in the chat? I think that's Leslie's hand, isn't it? So,
by Theodora.
Okay.
But it was a bit earlier. I don't know if they're still around. I don't know if I should address it.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments? I think we've had a long session here. So if no one else does, I'll give you just another chance. Anyone else? Okay, well, we'll stop there. And, you know, that's been really fascinating. Thank you so much for that, Charles. You know, I think we've all benefited hugely from hearing you talk about the book, and I hope we can get hold of the book and read it. I was rather put off by the price, so perhaps if we could find a cheaper.
Yeah, I can find out if the publisher can offer a discount. If that's so, I'll send it to you, so that way you guys can do that.
Well, yeah, but look, I mean, it'd be great to I mean, if you know, post-COVID, you know, hopefully we'll be moving around the world again, and if you come to London, I do hope you'll tell me, because it would be great to take you out for dinner and, you know, maybe invite some of the people who've been listening to the talk this evening.
No, this has been fabulous for me. I appreciate the invitation and the wonderful questions afterwards. Thank you all for coming and participating. And if you do find a way to maybe collect the questions in the chat, you can send them to me and I'll respond as well if those weren't able to be addressed. Thank you guys so much.
Great. Thank you, Charles. Okay, take care. Look after yourself.